All right, so you may see this sound setup is a little bit different. We discovered some problems with the previous video, so we're trying a different sound setup to hopefully have better audio. So anyway, we're now going to build out the hero section of the website. As you can see here, we basically just have the header going, and now the next section after that is the hero. So let's look at the design in Figma and kind of figure out what our approach is going to be for this. So let's check out the desktop design version first. So you can see here, there is kind of like two columns of content in a way, although the text looks like it's overlapping the image on the right. And we have our main headline, and then a little subhead, and then a link to contact me. And the other interesting thing about this hero is that we have these little design elements. So we have this circle that's kind of slightly overlapping the image. And then on the left, we have this other sort of line pattern on the left side, and it looks like it's going to be sort of flush to the left edge, and looks like the full image is actually slightly off screen. So we'll see how these change between devices. Okay, so this is a desktop. Now let's check out the tablet version. And in the tablet version, it's similar to the desktop, where we have two sort of left side text, right side image. It looks like that's pretty much the same for tablet. Yeah, on tablet, the image is all the way to the right side, and you can see the circle image here has kind of changed so that it is on the kind of half overlapping the image and half of it's off screen. So it changes between desktop and tablet. And then that other pattern is kind of in the same position. It's sort of off screen to the left. Let's see. Looks like more of it is on page for desktop, and then less of it is showing for the tablet. And let's just see if they have a layout grid here. They have a 12 column thing here. So I might just kind of estimate this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's about 8 columns. Yeah, we might just eyeball this. Okay, so now let's check out the mobile version too. So on the mobile, the circle on the image is now not overlapping the image. And we have the image getting much smaller, and it's now centered. And it looks like the nav is kind of centered in the image as well. So it goes from being aligned to the right for tablet to being centered. And then the other design element is there, and it's more off screen for mobile. Just out of curiosity, let's check the height on this. It's 129 pixels high on mobile, 129 for tablet, and 129 for desktop. And let's look at the circle. It is 129 for height and width. For desktop, same for tablet. And for mobile, looks like it's a bit bigger. Oh, no, it's the same. I guess that's just an optical illusion since the picture is much smaller for mobile. Okay. The other big change between tablet and mobile is that the text content is centered and everything is stacked to one column. And that's a pretty common, design pattern. And looks like the body text remains the same. I think we looked at that a bit earlier. The headline is smaller for mobile. It's 40 pixels. And it is 72 pixels for tablet. And it's heading XL for desktop, which I think is, if you go over to the design frame, 88. So we'll have to make the heading, this is going to be the H1 tag. We'll have to make that responsive. I'm guessing we can use a clamp function. Okay, so we've kind of looked at the design. We can figure out that the hero has sort of 3 types of elements going on. So one is the image, one is the text in that, include the contact link in that text category. Then we have these design elements of the SVG of the pattern and the circle. So, yeah, let's get started with that. All right, so we're going to go to the index.html file. And I guess we don't really need this sidebar. Here's the header. And then the hero is going to be inside the main tag, since that's where since the main tag is where the main content lives. So we have the wrapper class, which we'll need. And then we have the h1 tag here. And let's figure out what markup we want for, I guess, desktop. So I might want to put all the text in a div and then have the image be separate from that div, since they're kind of aligned like this. My guess also is that it looks like the image is under the text for desktop and tablet, and then for mobile, they're not overlapping. So I could do the overlapping part by using position absolute. Maybe I'll make the image position absolute and then overlap the letters. We could also make the background image the profile, I guess the profile picture. Another thing we could do is, yes, I think maybe our options are, for mobile, we'll have all the image and the text both kind of normal relative positioning. And then I might use absolute positioning for tablet and desktop. And so we'll put all the text in a div. So let's work on that first. And let's figure out the order. So on mobile, the image comes first and then the text. And then on tablet and desktop, the text is on the left and the image is on the right. So for the markup, I'm going to make the image first, since it will be, since it's on top for mobile. So let's get this mobile design working first. So in the wrapper, I think we actually want to maybe have a section for these different sections of the website. So I'm going to use a section tag using emmet, type out section, dot for the class, and we'll say hero. And then we're going to move this wrapper with the h1 tag inside the section tag. So basically, the different sections of the website and the design, they're each going to live in their own section tag. So since we said the image was first on mobile, let's do that. Image, picture of Adam Keyes. And the other thing that I think might be cool is, for these image tags, there's 3 different versions of the image, all different sizes. And it looks like, yeah, there are different images, different aspect ratios as well. It looks like the mobile image is a lot taller and narrower than the tablet and the desktop. It looks like tablet even is a little bit taller and skinnier than the desktop version. So what we could do is try to use image source set to let the browser decide what the different, what image to serve on different devices. So let's look this up. I'm not super familiar with it. Image source set. So you can look up an MDN. That's what I use for a lot of my research. Okay. So you can use it to use different pixel density images. So for example, Retina needs 2x. And then this one is for sizes. So we might do something like this, where it's 640 pixels wide and a 960, 1024 version of the image. So let's just see if we can get this working. Kind of using something like this. So source set is the attribute. And I think actually when I was looking earlier, check out Stack Overflow. So this is from 2015, so it's slightly old, but it looks like this should still work. Okay, so it looks like you want to use this in conjunction with the sizes attribute too. So source set is the different image options that we have, and then you set the file name and then the pixel width, and then with a W for width, with a comma separated list of the different files. So we'll use that for the different images. And then the size attribute is kind of like media queries. It has the same syntax. So max width of 480 pixels, meaning viewports that are 480 pixels and less, meaning mobile devices. And then for those mobile devices, we're going to display the image at 100 viewport width units, meaning it'll take up 100% of the available viewport width. And then up to 900 pixels viewport width, so tablet size basically, it will take up 33% of the viewport width. And then if it doesn't fit either of those, then it will display at 254 pixels wide. So I guess we can do that. You should also be able to use min width. So I might use min width just because I tend to use min width for my media queries. So let's try to do this. So, and then it looks like you use the source field for like the default size, which I guess I'll set to mobile. And then source set for the options, and then sizes for how you want them to choose. So let's give this a shot. Okay, so source is going to be, and I think we do have the images. Yeah, here we go. So we have a desktop WebP. It's kind of like a newer, it's like a more compressed version of PNGs and JPEGs, raster images. And they're supposed to be basically a lot smaller file size. So we got desktop, mobile, and tablet. So image profile is the file name for these. So images, and let's do image profile mobile for the default. And then let's just have a new line for this. Source set, and I guess we need to do this. So this is the mobile image, and it is 348 pixels wide. So we'll say 348W, then a comma. And then we'll need to do the same for the tablet. So it's image profile tablet. oops, not comma, a space, and then we need to, the width of this is 646 pixels. Oops, 646 W, and then comma, and then we'll do the desktop version. Desktop. And that desktop image is 890 wide. 890 W. Let's just save that so we keep our progress. And then we'll add sizes. And this is when we want to add a media query for which ones to use when. So again, we want to make the default mobile, I think. Let's just see how they did it on that website. So sizes. So we're going to say min width, and then this will be the tablet breakpoint. And let's just see what we did earlier. What was our tablet breakpoint? 600 pixels. So min width, 600 pixels. And I actually did a little testing beforehand to use this stuff. And I did try between pixels and EM units, because usually for media queries, you don't want to use pixels, but I couldn't find a difference between pixels and EMs. I might be wrong in this. If I am wrong, please correct me in the comments. But we're just going to use pixels since it didn't seem to cause any problems. Okay, so min width, 600 pixels. And then basically add a tablet viewport width. We need to figure out how much of the available viewport width the image is taking up. So to do that, we need to look into design. And this does seem very complicated, especially if you haven't worked with this before. So that's why I'm trying to do this, because it is kind of maybe a slightly newer approach. I don't know how super common it is. I did notice that CSS Tricks is using this. So for tablet, it is 322 pixels wide out of, if we click on the tablet frame, it is 768 pixels wide. So we need to get the width of the image, 322 divided by 768. And it's taking up 42%, if we round up, 42% of the viewport width. So that's going to be 42 VW. So let's do that, 42 VW. Then we need to figure out our desktop breakpoint. And I don't think we have added that yet. Let's just do a quick search for @media. Yeah, so we've only done 600 pixels for tablets. So let's figure out where we want our desktop breakpoint to be. So tablet is 768, so we do want it to be bigger than that, obviously. Desktop is 1440. Small desktops are like 1024. So I might set the desktop breakpoint at maybe 1000 pixels. So let's try that. And we'll have to remember, we want to try to be consistent with our breakpoints. So we'll just have to remember to use 1000 pixels for our media queries in our styles. So at 1000 pixels, we want to use a desktop version of the image. And this is 445, and it's at a viewport width of 1440. Which I feel like you don't want the... I'm wondering if this might cause a problem making the default mobile, because for desktop, it's just going to keep like getting bigger with the viewport width unit. So maybe that's why it's better to use max width. Yeah, because right now 445 divided by 1440 is going to be 31 viewport widths. But if you are using like an ultra wide, then 31 viewport width is going to be much wider than if you're using a smaller monitor. So maybe that's why the example was using max width. So maybe we should do max width instead. So that means if we go back to our blog post, so max width, this is for mobile, and this is for tablet, and then this is for anything bigger than that. So it actually makes sense because for bigger screens, you know, the sky's the limit kind of. So you want to stick it at a certain pixel width. So let's try doing this. So let's change this to max width. Instead of 600 pixels, let's do 599.98. And the reason for this is this will kind of make sure there's no weird overlap when you're mixing min width and max width. I found this number through looking at the Bootstrap code. Just doing a bit of research on that. So for our min width media queries, we're setting it at 600 pixels. But if you're doing a max width, you want to do 1 pixel and 0.02 pixels less. So I know that sounds weird, but it's what I found in researching this. So for mobile, it's over here. So it's 174. And we're trying to find the viewport width number that we need to use. And the viewport width of mobile is 375, I believe. Oops, did I change something? 375, yeah. So 0.464. I guess we'll just do a decimal. And then the next one's going to be, instead of 1,000 pixels, it's going to be 999.98. And that one, let's check out the tablet. 322 divided by, and I believe it was 768 width. Yes, 768. And it's going to be 0.42. So 42 VW. So it's actually narrower relatively for tablet than it is for mobile, which does happen because a lot of times on mobile, you want images and things to be full width, so closer to 100 VW. Then we're going to do the desktop version, which is going to be, what size? 445 pixels. Okay, so that's the source set and the sizes. So I guess we can see if this works. Let's just do a quick scan to make sure everything looks okay. I don't know why there's extra spaces here. Okay, well, that's prettier. I guess it's trying to line them all up. So let's check out our website and see if it changes when the viewport changes. Okay, so let's use the image emulator. So we got iPhone 11, has a viewport width 375. Let's just refresh from the beginning and inspect the image. And if we hover over this, it looks like, let me see. How do I see which image is actually using? Let's try the network tab here and refresh that. So it looks like it's using the tablet version. Let's see what happens when we load the tablet. It's loading the desktop version. It's loading the desktop. And then what happens what if I make it super small? Okay, so we'll load the mobile. And what point is it going to load the desktop or the tablet? Somewhere around here. That is 490. So it really shouldn't be loading. If I have the mobile selected, it should not be loading the tablet version. Why is that? If I load the 320, oh, it is loading mobile. Let's check that media query again. I wonder if it's loading the tablet due to the pixel density of the website, or like loading it through iPhone, because iPhone has a DPR of 3. Yeah, for their phones, their newer phones. So what if I do this? So instead of using the emulator, yeah, my guess is that it is loading. I think it is because of the pixel density. It's so complicated. Okay, so I'm going to try to decrease this to 375. And it's loading the mobile. Yeah. Let's see at what point it loads tablet. There we go. So somewhere before 500 or whatever. 599. Interesting. So it loaded the tablet version at around 500 pixels wide. .500 pixels. I think it's because of this DPR of 1. Let's see if it works. Or 1.5 rather. Oh yeah, so now the DPR is set to 1, which doesn't need as high pixel density of image. So yeah, it looks like this is gonna. Okay. So I think the problem is that we may not have as high a pixel density image as we need in order for this to work. This is my guess. Because for mobile, we actually need, that extra space on top. Sorry, here we go. You can see there's extra space on top. It's much taller because it has this fade out thing. Whereas tablet doesn't have the fade out. Desktop doesn't have the fade out. But maybe I just need to add some styles to that, and maybe that's the problem. So let's try to fix that. So for mobile, the image is going to be 174. So let's see what happens for mobile. Oh, it is 174. So it was 174. iPhone 11 has a DPR of 3. What we need is 174 times 3. We need the width to be 522 pixels. And the image itself is... what was the width again? I can't remember. The mobile width is 348. So it's not nearly enough to be the DPR of 3. So, I guess this is a thing you really have to make sure you get correct when it comes to pixel density, because, yeah, these images actually aren't big enough to load without looking kind of pixelated on an iPhone. Because I think the image we got from the design is a DPR of 2. 174 times 2 is 348. And if we look in the files, yeah, it's 348. So the DPR of 2, we actually need a DPR of 3. So unfortunately, this isn't going to give us the correct image we need for the design. So maybe I will try to change this so that we're not doing this stuff. But rather we are just going to straight up change the image just based on the viewport, which will result in, maybe slightly pixelated image on iPhones that have a DPR of 3 or other devices. But from what I've read, the biggest difference you'll see in pixelation is if you need a DPR of 2 for like older iPhones or for high density monitors, and you have a DPR of 1. You'll see a huge difference. But going from DPR of 3 that you need to DPR of 2 in the actual image, I think from what I've read, won't have such a big impact. So I think it's okay that we're going to do it this way. So let's see if we can still get the source set to work without sizes, even though this blog post said you shouldn't really do that. I think there was there's a really good blog post on the Opera blog. Yes, that Opera. Is this right? Native responsive images. Let's try again. Responsive images. Okay, I think maybe this is, this is the blog post. Sarah Soidan, she's like an accessibility and CSS expert. She tweets this article every so often. So that's kind of how I found it. It's pretty cool. Okay. So you can change it if you want a different, that's interesting. It's not using sizes, but it's saying if you are greater than 1024 pixels, you should use this Opera full shot. Otherwise, just this. So I guess I could, this is using picture, which is another thing that you can do. Let's see what else he wrote. Different image types. Different image types and art direction. High DPI images, you just use the image tag. High DPI images and art direction, use picture. Interesting. Changing image sizes. This is what we were trying to do. I'm just wondering if there's a quick way to do it, just change based on the viewport. This is very complicated if you're trying to do lots of different stuff. Let's see. Oh. This is the other article that I saw. Okay, I think we need to use the picture tag for what we're trying to do, which is basically just art direction, meaning different like actual images, not just different sizes of the image. Yeah, here we go. Oh, and they're using EMs. Okay, this is interesting. Actually, let's see. I'm assuming this is going to be used, but let's just see what the browser support is for this. So picture, and it's everywhere except for IE supported. So I think that's fine. Okay, so let's copy this and put it in our code. So we're going to replace the image tag with this picture thing. And since he's using EMs, we'll do the same thing. So the tablet breakpoint is at 37.5 EMs or 600 pixels. And I guess we'll put that here for medium. And we'll copy the tablet image. And then looks like the default small is going to be here in the image tag. And then we'll just add that alt text there. Okay, and then we need to figure out the large one. So we did 1,000 pixels for our desktop. So to get that to EMs, we divide it by 16, which is the default browser-based font size. And we get 62.5, because usually one EM is going to be 16 pixels. Same with REMs. So 62.5? Yeah, 62.5. And then this is going to be the desktop version. So we'll copy that. Okay. Looks like that's everything we need. Let's see if this works. I'm just going to comment this out for now, just in case we need the code from there. Go back to our website. And now looks like it is actually loading the correct image for mobile, which is great. Oh, I think I changed. Did I change this? This looks really tall. I guess that's just how the new iPhones are. Okay. 375 by 812. Let's check the network tab and make sure. Yep. Loaded the mobile version. Let's go to iPad. Load the tablet, and then we'll get out of the emulator thing. And it is loading the desktop version. So this is working. Obviously, we need to add some styles for, this is super wide. But it's at least loading the correct image for the viewport, which is pretty great. So the next thing we want to do is maybe get the text into the markup, and then we'll figure out the design elements last. So let's get the text. And I think it's the same between all the different ones. Yeah. Okay, so let's delete that image tag since we don't need it. And let's add another div for the hero text. So I'm going to say hero __ text, just because I like using the BEM format. So I'll move that h1 tag in there. And then I think we need a p tag for the other copy. So here's the copy for the paragraph. And then there was a contact me link. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Hey, there we go. We'll just leave it blank and then contact me. Let's add a class for the link too. Oops. Hero link, maybe hero contact. And then I'm just going to use the actual elements for these instead of creating classes for everything. Actually, maybe it's better to create a class because I can't nest in CSS. Hero headline. Hero description. And we'll save. And I should be able to add a class for the picture element, I'm assuming. So hero underscore underscore image. Okay. So let's now add CSS selectors for all these classes because we will have to write styles for all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split to the right so we can sort of keep this open. Okay, so we're in a new section, hero. So I'll add the hero class, hero image, hero text, hero description, hero contact. And I think maybe I should add another hero type class to here, just in case we need to add styles for there too. So I'm just trying to follow the order of the markup. So we'll say hero, oops, hero wrapper. Okay. So let's see what we want to do for our mobile styles. So the hero content is all centered and kind of going down the line. And seeing how it changes. I don't think we necessarily need to use Flexbox or Grid for this. Although it does look like it's sort of like centered where the picture is. And Flexbox and Grid is a kind of an easy way to vertically center things. I mean, the alternative is just adding margin and padding because this image is going to stay the same for desktop. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. And for tablet, the text is flush to the bottom. And then here, there's nothing. Let's just do the mobile version without Flex or Grid, and then we can probably add it back in for tablet and desktop. So let's go to a mobile version. Okay. So in the mobile version, the image is getting overlapped by the header. So to me, when things are overlapping like that, that kind of tells me that something needs to be position absolute. And since I don't know if I want this to be okay. let's make this image position absolute, and then we will just set the text to start, under the image using probably the top property. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to go to hero image. I'm going to say position absolute, and we're making the hero image position absolute. So I want to make its parent position relative so that it will be displayed relative to the hero. Yeah. Okay, so now that the image is getting overlapped, let's also set the width. Width is 174 by 383. So I think usually what you want to do is what's interesting is that for an image tag, they usually tell you to set the width and height attributes so that the browser knows the aspect ratio and can leave the correct amount of space. But I didn't see this for the picture tag. So for example, usually you'd set something like width equals, I think it's 374. I'm sorry, 174 by 383. Like that. But looks like it's not here. Let me search this for aspect ratio. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about this. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about this. So hero wrapper, and then we want to center this. So I don't think margin inline auto will work for absolutely positioned elements, but let's just see. Yeah, it won't, because they're position absolute. So what you usually have to do for position absolute elements is set the left to 50%, and then set translate to negative 50%. So left 50% is moving the image 50% to the left of where it was originally. So it was here, although it was that wrapper thing. So yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. So 50% to the left of the wrapper, which is here. You can see the image is kind of at that halfway point of the wrapper. And then translate negative 50% will bring the image back negative to the left 50% of its own width. So this will result in the image being centered in its parent. So yeah, I guess we have to do that. And I think translate doesn't need prefixes anymore. I can't remember. Here, should I prefix? It's kind of the prefix version of can I use. Translate. This may not have been updated. So this is the old way of doing it. Transform would be the property, and then you'd have to set translate or whatever in there. I don't know if it's been updated recently. Let's read about it on MDN. CSS translate need prefixes. It was updated in May. Oh, let's check out the online version of auto prefixer. Translate -50%. Okay, looks like you do still need it. So SAS would usually do this for you. You also might need to run your styles through an auto prefixer tool. I'm not going to do that here, but just keep in mind that you might want to use post CSS or something to automatically add prefixes. But we're not going to do that here. So let's go back to our website. Okay, so we also want to center the text. I'll just add it on the hero. Maybe I'll add it on the hero text. Text align center. And then we need to move this down. Ooh, actually, the image isn't going all the way to the top like it needs to be. What if the entire hero section is position absolute? I'm also going to add maybe an outline just so I can see it a bit better. Okay. So what I could do is looks like there's extra space here. Might be because of the default browser. Yeah, so H1 has a margin top. I want to get rid of that because I like using just margin bottom. Oops. So let's go back up to our global styles, and I'm going to add H1, H2, H3, and paragraph. I'm going to say margin top is 0. Just get rid of that browser default. Yeah, so now it's kind of flushed up against there. So I could do, instead of setting the whole hero to be position absolute, maybe set the image to move it up. The height of the header. Header is 68 plus 20 margin. And I know it's not going to change for mobile, but I don't love positioning things by using like pixel values, because if it changes, then you have to like readjust it. So that's why I was thinking maybe the hero could be position absolute. So instead of the hero image, let's get rid of these, and then we'll center it with margin inline auto. Oh my. This is interesting. What's going on here? I'm not sure why the width is like the full width like that. Let's cancel out some of those images, properties. Okay, so I'm commenting it out. Comment out, not cancel out. Okay, so why is it like this? Well, it looks like the image tag is going. Geez, it's really weird. I haven't really worked with picture tags before, so okay, well, so does that mean I need to set margin inline auto on the image? This is so weird. So what happens on bigger? Okay, let's just copy this. Oh, and then we want to make the selector hero image. So I wonder if maybe even when you're using the picture tags, sort of loading the final one in. Okay, so it's loading the tablet version here. So I think maybe the picture tag doesn't really exist, kind of. So what I'm going to do is move this hero image class to the image tag, because it looks like all the styles just need to be set on the image tag. Here. Let's see if that works. And then it just kind of gets replaced. Then the width and the height are going to be different for tablet. Okay, well, maybe it's okay because so what I'm worried about is usually you set the width and the height so the browser knows the aspect ratio and it can leave enough room so it doesn't, it's not like this weird shift when the image finishes loading. But the tablet and desktop versions have a different image with a different aspect ratio, so that would cause it shift because this is incorrect for those. But if the image is positioned absolute for tablet and desktop, then I think maybe it doesn't really matter. So yeah. So then it would only cause the issue for mobile, I think. And we have the correct aspect ratio here. Yeah, so you can actually see when I load, it has the correct height set. Whereas, let's see what happens if I delete this. You can see how the content gets shifted down. Also, I didn't add styles yet for this, so. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's okay. So now let's go back to our mobile viewport. And what I'm going to do is set the entire hero section to position absolute. So now, top of 0. So now you can see it's like completely overlapping the header. Well, the outline thing didn't work, but you know. There we go. Okay, so I think that works. Let's copy the position absolute and top of 0 for hero. And yes, we didn't set its parent to position relative, but that's because if you don't set it, like it'll still be position absolute, but it's just going to kind of look for the first ancestor that has a position set. And if it doesn't, it keeps going up. So it's basically positioning itself to the HTML. Why does body have? This weird margin. Is there a margin that I didn't see? Oh, it's the header. I guess because the margin collapses. Anyway. So this actually is good for the image. Actually, this won't work because we want the content under the hero to not float up like it's doing here. So this won't work. So we're going to have to go back to our original strategy of setting those properties on the image itself. So we'll set at a top of 0. So now the image is at the top of its parent. So we get rid of that, then they'll float all the way up to the top, which I think we actually do want. So yeah, let's get rid of that position relative. So it floats up all the way to the top. Okay. Now we need to move the text down. And again, I don't like doing this based on pixel height, but I think that's the best way of doing it without using JavaScript to get what the height is of the image, which you might have to do if the image changed inside mobile, but it's not going to. It's always going to be this size. So what we can do is figure out how tall everything is. So the header is 68 plus 20 margin top. Let's get our calculator out. So 68 plus 20, that's 88. And then the image itself is 766 height. So the remaining height of the image minus the header, sorry, what was it? 766. So 766 minus 88 is 678. So that's how much we need to move down the text. So for example, 678. And I think I need to do position relative. Yeah. If the position isn't set, you can see Firefox is giving us the error. Top has no effect since it's not positioned explicitly. Static is the default value of elements, but if you want to use top, left, bottom, right, you need to set the image to position relative. This looks like that might have been too much. Wait. Why is it going all the way down? Did I do the math wrong? I guess it's already minus the header, so what was it? 766. Yeah, I don't know why 678 is too tall. So the image header is, the header is whatever, 88 or whatever. 68 plus 20 was 88. So we need to move it down. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally did that wrong. So the height is 383. Yeah, I was doing math wrong. So 383 minus 88, 295. So that's how much it needs to get moved down. There we go. So now it's right under the image, which is what we want. And I'm a little worried about using pixels. So, oops, forgot position relative. Okay, there we go. So now it's here. And this is height is only the height of the text because the image isn't actually taking up space. So I would like it to be the height of everything, because this is why the skills text is kind of overlapping it. So I think if we do something like display overflow or flow root, will that help? So the problem is the parent, which is the hero wrapper, is not the full height of what's of the children. So I guess moving this down doesn't actually. What if we set the margin top? 'Cause I think that will make it take up the actual space. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh. So top doesn't affect the rest of the flow. And originally it was just taking up space here. So moving it down doesn't make it take up that space that you're moving it to. Whereas margin top will add to the content box, the box of the element. So we need to use margin top instead of top. So let's do that. Okay, there we go. No more overlapping text. So my worry about using pixels is, will this get messed up if I change the browser-based font size? So I have the settings open here. So let's change the font size to something really big. So let's try double. And then reload. Okay, so it's not overlapping, which is good. I was afraid that it would mess up the positioning of the stuff, but it looks like it's fine. Obviously, maybe we need to adjust the line height for the H tags. Let's fix that. So just for the H tags, I'm going to say line height 1. And then for paragraph tag, we'll just say line height 1.3. That's what I usually use, but let's see what the design says. 16 and 26. So 26 divided by 16 is 1.625. Okay, now it's using the body thing. $18 and $28. So 1.65 is what we had for mobile. 28 divided by 18, 1.5. I'm just going to say 1.5 for everything. I don't think it's a huge deal. Okay, so let's get rid of that size change. Okay, so here we are, back up at the top. Maybe we'll move this down a little bit under the image. Where's the mobile design? So it's 40 pixels below the image. So I think we'll just, I guess, add it to here. So 295 plus 40, 335. All right, cool. It looks pretty good. Let's get rid of this outline since I think we don't need it anymore. Okay. That seems right. Yeah, we see the slight overlay that fades out. And then we need to fix the type size. So let's do that. Did I not do a clamp for the H1 tag? Did it for the header? Oh, just the header text. Okay. So let's do the H1 tag. We're going to use another clamp function. So here, and then it's going to be 40 pixels for small. And then for tablet, it is 72. And then I think this was 88 from the design thing. Yeah, 88. So let's just say 88 pixels. And I'm going to say max viewport is going to be 1,000 since that's our desktop. There we go. So it may not hit exactly 72 for tablet, but it's just because I'm using the clamp function. 0.7. Okay, so we're kind of rounding those. All right, let's see how that looks. So inspect the text, go to the computer tab, and filter for font size. So it's 88 for desktop. Just going down, and then it gets a minimum of 40. And then, actually, let's see what we have for tablet. We'll use the actual tablet emulator. It is 73, which is actually pretty close to the 72 that I think we had in the design. So I think that's actually pretty good. The other thing we need to do is Adam Keys is underlined. I don't think it's a link, but maybe we'll use a span for that. So let's see how big the underline. So it's 4 pixels high for mobile. Um, 6 pixels for tablet. And 6 pixels for desktop. So let's add a span to our h1 tag. Around the name. I don't think the period was included in that underline. Yeah, it's not. It's just the letters. And I think we can I don't know if a border bottom would work because let's just see. I'm going to set the h1 span style in the hero section. Bottom, I think it was 4 pixels solid green. Accent color. Okay, now what I'm wondering is if this breaks to 2 lines, what would happen? Okay, that's actually looks pretty good. And then I can't remember if there's a way to move the underline up because in the design, it looks like it's just touching that descender on the Y. Okay, that's not what we need. Let's see what we got here. Border spacing. I think that's what I was looking at. It didn't work. If not, I'm gonna have to use a pseudo element for this. Let's just see. Border move. Can you position it? Maybe style borders. Let's look up CSS tricks. Okay, I don't think we can move the border. Let's just try. I don't think it'll work, but yeah, it's not what that property does. Border. I'm just kind of doing the shotgun approach to see if any of these do anything. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna have to use a pseudo element for that. And again, I'm a little bit afraid what happens with like if the name breaks to 2 lines, will that mess up? So pseudo element needs to have a content field set. And then instead of using border, we're going to say height 4 pixels, background color. And also to that green. And delete that. And I think we need to set a width. Oh, display. Okay, well, that's not working. It should be after. Okay, so before it was just the whole line. I think maybe, I don't think I set it to display block, but anyway. And I think we'll need to do position relative, and then this will be position absolute, so it doesn't take up space. And we'll have to position it with the bottom left of 0. So bottom will be a little bit more. So now this looks okay, but we need to see how it looks if it breaks to 2 lines. Ugh. I mean, not that it might not even happen because yeah, 375 looks okay. Let's check out the smaller one. So I think we're okay. I think we have to figure out a different approach to do the underlines if it did break to a new line. I wonder if you can style the underline actually. Let's try text decoration underline. I mean, it's not terrible. It's just not overlapping, and it is not, it's a little bit too close to the text if we're looking at the design. I don't know. Yeah. Wait, how did this border bottom? Huh. So even though this is the line breaks, but it's not, it looks okay. It's going to make this really narrow. Just kind of out of curiosity, to be honest. Oh, okay. And now it's really below the line, so it's again, not with the design. This is where we ran into problems that you can't really position the border. So I think maybe we'll just go with what we have, since in this design, it's not going to break, even though it's not really future-proof. Trying to see how this looks. The dashed example, let's see if we can move it at all. Whoops. Oh, we can move it. Huh. Can we make it solid if we remove this? Oh my gosh. Huh. Okay, well, I guess this works. So what this is doing is it's using a background image. Okay, so let's just comment this out. And then this is kind of dumb because we're making a linear gradient, but to the same color. think it was 4 pixels tall. All right, let's see how that looks. Whoa, nice. Oh yeah, we don't need the border bottom. There we go. Wow. That's a pretty cool trick. And it works if the line breaks. Okay. Well, that seems pretty good. Okay, so where else are we? Let's add the styles for the paragraph too. Medium 16. And this is body. 18. So I'm going to add a global style for paragraph text and set it to those sizes because I think it's just getting reused. 16 pixels is 1 rem. And then I guess we can add a clamp function even though the difference is so small. 18 pixels. I think for tablet, what was our media query? 600 pixels wide, I think. Yeah. So we'll have it hit 18 at 600. So let's add this, round it. There we go. Okay, cool. And then the color is like this gray color. Which I think I saved. Oh yeah, text 1 is white, text 2 is gray. There we go. See what the spacing under the headline should be too. $24, 60, 43. So I'm going to make this the margin bottom of the H1. I might, should I add it here? I guess so. For mobile, it was 20. Min width 60 pixels for tablet. Oops, H1. Margin bottom 60. And I think I actually have to make the desktop style. I don't think a clamp function will work for this because the margin bottom for tablet is bigger than the one for desktop. So that's fine. 43. Okay. And again, I'm going to not use pixels. I'm not going to use rems, but I'm going to use pixels for this just because the spacing, I think, maybe doesn't matter a ton. Okay, so let's try iPhone. And then iPad is bigger. And then for desktop. Okay. Cool. Let me also add some space just temporarily for the purposes of this video, so the website doesn't like interfere with the picture. So I'm just going to add padding bottom, something ridiculous like 10 rems. So now we can, okay, needs to be more than that. There we go. So now I can scroll down a bit more. 30 rems. There we go. So that's pretty good for the paragraph text. And then we have to do the contact me styles. And this has another underline thing, which I guess we'll just use the same approach with the background image using the linear gradient. So the contact me link is 16 pixels tall. It says 26 line height. I don't know if that matters a ton. I guess it does. So 16 and 26 for mobile. 1626 for tablet, and there's a letter space. Oh, they have letter space. That's new, I think. Used to be a percentage from where I saw it before. But maybe I'm using the wrong settings in Figma. Okay, 2.29 pixel letter space for desktop. Okay. Okay, so letter space is the same. So 16, 26, and 2.29. It looks like this is the same style for other links, so we're going to do that. Set this as the style for all links. Okay. So we don't want it to be for the header. So I'm just wondering how we can target that. We could add a class. Yeah, let's do that. So add a class for the anchor tag. We'll just say underline. And then we'll say font size. And I am going to use rems for this. So 16 pixels is 1 rem. Line height was 26. So 26 divided by 16, 1.625. And that's a ratio. And then letter spacing was 2.29 pixels. And we'll leave that as pixels, I think. Oh, and then it's uppercase. So text transform, uppercase. And it's bold. We will add this under the letter spacing. Okay. Oh yeah, and I have to add the class to the actual anchor tag. So the underline is going to be a helper class, so that will be reused throughout the website. And then this hero __ contact class is going to be for just the link in the hero in case there's section specific styles that it needs. Did I add the color? I didn't. Color var, I think text1 for white. All right, cool. And we need to add the underline. And that is 2 pixels tall. And I'm assuming it's the same for all of them. So, where was that linear gradient thing? Here we go. I'm just going to copy this and go back up to anchor underline. It was 2 pixels tall. All right, let's see how that looks. Okay, and then I need to get rid of the normal default underline. So let's do that. Text decoration, none. There we go. And we need to adjust it so that it is 10 pixels under. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same for tablet and desktop. Oh, 10 pixels. Oh boy. 10 pixels for desktop, tablet, and mobile is 10. Oh, it is 10 for everything. Woo! Don't need a media query. So right now, ten pixels. So EM will be relative to the font size. And the font size is 16. So I think I can do some math. 10 divided by 16 is 0.625. So I think the background position should be 1.625. So we'll see. Oop. Nope. Oh. Is it? Okay, it's because maybe the overflow visible? No. Huh. I think it's just disappearing because it's going outside the bounds of this, so there we go. Well, maybe we didn't need that. Maybe add padding bottom. One EM. There's a lot of space. I thought I could math it out, but maybe not. We'll just try to eyeball it. Okay. Guess that works. Yeah, so we need to display inline block. That doesn't matter. Outline doesn't matter. I guess the image doesn't work for... Yeah, I don't know. Let's do this. Inline block. Okay. Cool. And then let's see, under the contact me is that line, which maybe we'll make that the bottom of the hero section. So what we'll do is get the space 60 pixels. So this is going to be the hero wrapper. I think it's the gray color. I think it's 1 pixel. Okay. So now on mobile, $80 pixels for mobile. So we'll adjust that with media queries for tablet and desktop when we do those designs. But yeah, this looks pretty good. Let's do a quick eyeball test. I feel like we need more space here. I think maybe because it's a margin bottom of 20. Okay, so it's 24. So let's just adjust it in the browser to see if that helps. Okay, I think that does help. Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore. I think I added it to the H1 style. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to line them up. This is very silly. And they're slightly different zooms. It's interesting. It is bold. Something that just looks different from the design to the actual web, which is weird. But is that enough space between the paragraph? 24. Oh, I didn't even add a margin bottom. It's using the browser defaults. There we go. So I just eyeballed this to see if the spacing looks right and the font sizes. So that looks pretty good. Yeah. So I think that's good for the mobile hero. Now we need to do the tablet and desktop versions. Okay, I also forgot about the SVGs that we need to add for the mobile. So let's work on those. So let's see if I can take a look at what the SVG files look like. It's probably this one, pattern circle and pattern rings. Let's open both of those. And I have this cool VS Code extension called SVG. And it has this feature that lets you actually preview what the actual file looks like instead of just showing you the code. So if I click the preview, yes, it is a circle. And then the other one, the rings. So can I move this? So, okay, well, that's really big. Okay, so it's just a long oval shape. So, if we look at the design, the rings is more than halfway off the website sort of frame, what's visible. And it looks like it starts, you know, I guess we could try to position it maybe under, it's 32 pixels under where the header stuff is. And then the circle looks like it's aligned to the bottom edge of the, and the circle looks like it's aligned with the bottom edge of the photo here. And then it's basically halfway off the frame. So let's load those in. So I think these will be children of the hero section. So let's just kind of minimize that. And they're SVGs, so we don't need to worry about the picture thing with the different versions, because SVGs are vector images, so they can scale up without losing any quality, unlike raster images like the WebP images we have, JPEGs and PNGs. So let's see. I guess it doesn't matter a ton where I put them. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so the rings one's supposed to go somewhere here. And then again, the image was positioned absolute, which is why this is there. So I think what I have to do is make these images as direct children of the section tag, because for tablet and desktop, they are, so here's the tablet one, and again, off the page there. And then for desktop, you can see here it's still kind of going off the page, whereas the wrapper is ending about here. So well, it looks kind of like it's halfway. The halfway point of this is aligned with the wrapper, so maybe we should have the rings element be a child of the hero wrapper. And it doesn't matter too much with this circle. Let's see where the tablet version is. Actually, it looks like it's halfway, but outside the wrapper. Let's try putting them as direct children of the wrapper, and then we'll just see what happens. So I'm going to say image source is going to be assets, images, and then rings. Although these are decorative elements, so I don't know if you really need alt text for those. Let's see. HTML image, decorative image, alt text. All right, w3.org. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, here we go. Decorative images. Decorative images don't add information, yada yada. In this case, a null, empty alt text should be provided. So alt and then there. So they can be ignored by screen readers. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because if we added alt text, the screen reader would read it and they don't really need to, so it could be kind of annoying. Pattern circle. And then let's add the width and height attributes. 129 by 129, 530 by 129. So this rings is 530. Height is 129. Width is 129. Height is 129. And I think I should give them a class too. Class hero rings class here. Oops. Hero circle. So then we can add, we can style them. So let's add those selectors to our CSS. Let's see, where did I put it here? I put it under after the profile picture thing. Hero rings, and then hero circle. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Okay, and we got the image, and oh, this is interesting. It looks like it's, or it's overlapping the profile. It's like a different color. Maybe because it's behind the, I think it's because it's behind the image, and I think the background for mobile is maybe has some transparency to it. So let's see what happens if we bring it forward. Yeah. So it's just behind. So we can add some styles to make sure that it is on top of the image of the person. Let's do the circle. I think that maybe is the easiest one. So again, it's a direct child of the hero wrapper. So I think we need to position it relative to the top of the hero wrapper. So again, I think, how tall was the header here? Header is 68 plus 20, so 88 height. And then the image is 383. It's like this is a lot of math. I could just kind of eyeball it. Let's just try to eyeball it. Okay, so I'm going to start adding styles. Position absolute. Let's just say top 0, right 0 to start off. Did I set this to position relative? No, I didn't. Oops. Oh, golly. Okay, there we go. I needed to refresh the website. So the circle, I think the hero wrapper, does it have a position set? No, it doesn't. So that's why the circle is going outside of the wrapper. So if I set position relative, then it'll be inside the wrapper, but then I think I didn't have that on purpose because I wanted the image to go all the way up to the top. So one way or the other, we will have to just sort of position things using pixels. So I'm going to remove that. And then so it's okay, so the image is 383 pixels tall, and the circle itself is 129 pixels tall. So 383 is down here, so we need to subtract 129 to get the proper top value. 383 minus 129 is 254. And I think maybe that should be in rems, but let's just make sure this works first. Okay, good. So it's aligned to the bottom. And then it's halfway off the screen. So what we should do is write 0. And then, I mean, we could say write negative and then whatever half of 129 is. So 50 plus 15, 65. Why is that not working? Let's refresh that. There we go. It's like that would work. But we could also do translate 50%. So then if it scales up, this will sort of make sure it's centered right on the edge. So let's do that. I'm just going to see if changing the font size does anything. Let's move that over here. There we go. So changing the font size actually does, this is kind of a headache. Because this is making the header taller. Well, this is still okay, so maybe it is okay. Okay, so I think the circle is good. Now let's do the rings. So the rings are there. It seems like it's basically the right edge of the rings image is halfway on the page. So position absolute left 0. top 0. So how far down does it need to be? Just out of curiosity, if I set bottom to 0 instead. Oh yeah, it's all the way to the bottom there. Okay. I feel like I should know how to do this. I want the right edge of the rings thing to be in the center. So let's try right 0. Okay. And then I need to figure out how wide this is. Maybe right 50%. Oh, okay. Well, that was easier than I thought. So the edge is on the center of the design, which does look like we want here, but it also looks like it's behind the profile picture. So we'll have to figure that out too. But let's get the positioning correct. Let's do another pixel thing. So it's kind of near the top of his head. Something like that. Okay, and then we need to set the z-index to -1, so it goes behind the picture there. So that looks pretty good. Let's copy that. Oh, I forgot position absolute. And refresh. And just for kicks, let's try changing the font size again. So we're doubling it. Okay. That still looks good. Okay. That looks pretty good. Okay, so now we got the mobile hero done. Let's check the tablet out. So we'll change this in the emulator to iPad. And it is using a tablet image. Just double checking that, which is good. Okay, so for the hero, we have the image all the way on the right corner. And then the text is here. So first thing we want to do is we want to maybe align the text to the left. So let's hero text. And then let's copy the media query that we have here for tablet. Hero text. And again, maybe we'll try to have one set of media queries for all the hero stuff. So hero text, and then it's going to be text align left. So tablet and wider, it's going to, is this too small? Maybe there is better. Okay, so text align left for tablet. And I guess we need to set the width of that, right? Because right now it's going to be here. And we also want to get rid of that margin top. So let's also do that. Okay. Miss 90 under the header. So for the header nav, I'm going to add a margin bottom of 90 pixels. Okay. So header nav. If we go back up to the header styles, here we go. Margin bottom, 90 pixels. And then let's get the image all the way on the right. Looks a little bit narrow. Is that just me? The tablet is 768 pixels wide. I guess this is 810, so it's a little bit. This is the iPad mini. And it's 206 pixels wide. Oh, it's 322. What's the original file size? 646 divided by 2 is 323. So why is this 206? (206 by 383). 322 by 600. Maybe I need to size it with CSS. Okay. So the hero image. And I'm just trying to kind of follow the order we have in the style outside of the media query. So let's just set the height to auto. And then for tablet, width is going to be 322. And maybe that should be in rems. 20.125. Okay. So 322 by about 600, which is good. Let's check out iPhone again. 174 by 383, which is, I'm assuming, taking the sizing from the height and width attributes. Okay, so I think that's okay. Let's go back to tablet, iPad mini. So now, just an absolute, we're going to change this. So hero image, before it was left 50%, translate negative 50%. So we're going to copy that and then adjust their values. So left is going to be auto because it's on the right side. So I think right should be 0. And translate, we want it to be 0 too. There we go. So it says 322 by 598, which is good. Okay, cool. Now let's see what else we have in design in terms of the width of the text. So this is 445. And maybe we'll set the width to be based on the viewport width. So the viewport width is 768. So 445 divided by 768 is 0.58. So 58 viewport widths units. And that's going to be the hero text. 58, I think I said. Okay. Does that match design? I guess it breaks a little bit earlier. So let's reduce it a little bit. Oh, I see. There's like a line break after the nice too. So let's leave this at 58, and then we're going to add a line break that will only occur for tablet. And where was that line break? Nice 2. So nice 2. Meet you. So what we want to do is, so it's the hero headline line break. So if we set it to display none for everything except tablet, then we'll only display the line break for tablet. So it's going to be hero headline. Under hero text, I guess. Hero headline, BR. And display block? Probably inline block. I don't really remember what the default. Let's see the default browser style for display inline block. Okay. So it's going to show for tablet, and then we also want to hide it again for desktop. And I could do like a special media query for like min width and max width, but I prefer not to do that. And I think our desktop breakpoint was going to be 1000. So for EMs, it's going to be 62.5. And then we'll copy this, set it to none. And then we need to do the same thing for mobile styles. Hero headline, display. Oh, I need to add the line break to the selector. There we go. So now the line break is displayed. I think think we might need to make this a bit wider. On tablet, and then on mobile, it's hidden, so display none. And then on desktop, it's also display none. Now let's adjust the width of that. This is going quite a bit over. So something like that. Let's do 62 just to be safe. That's going to be hero text. Okay. Now let's double check how this looks on mobile again, just to make sure. Looks good. Okay. Let's try regular iPad. Looks good. Okay, so we got the image. Wait, we're missing the socials. Where'd they go? What the heck? Are they under? They must be under the, yeah, they're under the image. Because the reason for that is, images that come after in the DOM will be on top. And I think also maybe these properties do what they call creating a new stacking context. So it'll sort of be on top of things that don't have their z-index set. So I think to put this on top for header nav, or maybe just for the whole header. Yeah, there we go. So in order for z-index to take effect, you need to set the position property. So we'll set this for everything. Go back to the header styles. Header. Okay. Refresh. Let's check iPhone. Good. Let's go back to iPad. Okay, cool. Now let's check the circle and the rings patterns. So the circle is in the bottom, kind of similar to mobile. It's in the bottom right-hand corner, except it's outside the wrapper now. I guess it was always outside. So inspect this. So instead of top, I think we need to do bottom. Oops, no, we don't. Oh man, this is where I think it's going to get a bit tricky. So it's literally on the bottom of the parent, which is the hero wrapper thing. I wonder if we set hero wrapper to position relative for tablet and up. So at least it could position this a little bit better. Let's try this actually. No, I don't think that's going to work because the wrapper ends here. So yeah, I don't think that's going to work. I guess since we're setting the width in our styles to sort of a static width, then we can, I guess, safely continue using the top and just kind of increase it. Something like that. So it's like right at the bottom. This is going to be hero circle for tablet. We have that before hero text. There we go. And the rings is the same size, 530 by 129. Yeah. And the rings are kind of on top there. $25 under the header. Is that something we could use? So for tablet, the header is 30, we'll just say 30 pixels on top. Let's adjust that first. So header, and actually let's double check the design for mobile to make sure the 20 pixels of margin top is correct for mobile. Okay, looks like it is. 30 for tablet. That should be the header. So header margin top for tablet. Okay, so now the rings. So it's 60 total for margin top plus the height. And then what was it? 25. So 60 plus 25 is 85. So the top two, 85. Okay, that looks pretty close. So it looks like the end of the word nice. Oh dear. We'll have to fix that. It's because the circle is going off the page. Yeah, so the letter N is like inside, basically aligned with the ring. So I think that's right. So top of 85 for hero rings. Okay, cool. And again, I'm just going to try, see what it looks like with a bigger font size on the browser. And this is happening because the different The browser-based font size is making the media queries sort of hit earlier than they normally would, which is what you want, because you wouldn't want like a 2-column thing when the font is that big of a size. But I think because I've been mixing rems and pixels, it might be causing this weirdness. So I think I might need to use CSS to set the width and the height of the images using rems. So let's do that. So going back to the design, the hero circle is 129 pixels. Hero circle, here we go. Because setting the width and height attributes in the HTML, that automatically uses pixels. So this will sort of override that, which is fine, because setting the width and height attributes just allows the browser to leave enough space it allows the browser to calculate the aspect ratio, so then it can, even if the image gets bigger or smaller, it can leave the right amount of space on the page, so you don't get that weird movement of the content. Okay, so 129 pixels divided by 16 is 8.0625 rems. And it's the same for the height. So let's see if this helps with changing it. Let's also maybe convert the top to 254. Convert the top from pixels to rem. So 254 divided by 16 is 15.875. I think also the margin top on the hero text has to be in rems. So hero text of 335. $20.9375. Okay, so now we need to also set the image here. Hero image. And the width of that is 174. Width is 174 pixels divided by 16, 10.875 rems. Oh, and I need the height to auto. There we go. Okay, so now things look a little more normal. You know, it's not terrible, just considering the layout does change a lot. So let's also make the rings using rems. So the size is 530 by 129. 530 divided by 16, 33.125. And then we'll set height to auto. And then top of 130, 8.125. Okay. All right, so this does look different, but at least it's kind of navigable. It doesn't look super weird as it did before. So it's just kind of an interesting, I guess, demonstration of why you shouldn't mix. When you mix pixels and rems, then you can have kind of weird things happen because the measurements in rems will change with the browser-based font size changes and pixels won't. So it's just good to be consistent, usually to use rems, unless you really don't need it to be in rems. And you don't need it to scale up, like small measurements, like some, border radius or maybe small padding and stuff like that. I actually wonder for this, maybe I should set the hero image width to be 100% for mobile. I think that will look a little bit better. Let's try that. I'm just going to comment this out. Oops. Put it on its own line. And then did I change hero image? Yes, I set the width to something else for tablet. Okay. So now it's kind of more seamless, which I think is closer to what the mobile design was trying to do. Maybe not. Let's put it back to rems. So yeah, I don't know. There's like no perfect way, I guess, to do this. I don't know if this is actually a good idea. Because changing this is making the image appear bigger. And it will lead it to being pixelated because it was originally 174. I might just erase everything I just did. And turn this back to pixels. 20.9375 times 16,335. Let's just comment this out. Duplicate, comment it out. And then the circle. Top. $254. Okay. And the rings, I think. 130. Okay, so maybe this is actually closer to what mobile is, and it's just changing, making the text bigger. But then on tablet, this is when things turned kind of weird. I think maybe this is weird because it's using the mobile layout where everything's in one column and centered. Underline disappeared. Okay, we'll adjust that because it's a text thing. It's using the mobile layout where everything's one column and centered, but then the image doesn't change, and we don't necessarily want it to change. I think maybe this is just one of those cases where, yeah, there's no perfect solution. It looks like okay. It doesn't look like great because it is quite different. Because basically using this mobile design where you have the mobile image, and you have the design thing sort of on the left and right sides. But I think maybe that's all we can really do. But let's change that, this thing. Hero, the A underline. Find underline. So the padding needs to be rems 0.625. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So I think it's not going to be completely perfect. And here's the tablet view with the default 16 pixel browser base font size. I think there's a little more spacing here. So under the headline is 60. So we'll add a margin bottom. Maybe it was H1. Okay, H1 margin bottom. I might actually move this margin bottom style to the hero headline selector, just because the H1, I would like the global styles to be just really for the font size. And then this will be, oh wait, I do have margin bottom of 60. It seems a lot smaller. Oh no, it's 43. H1. Where did that 43 come from? Oh, it's from desktop. Yeah, so let's move this to hero headline. Okay, so it looks like we just need to add a new selector. And then for tablet. $60, and then, so we're going to remove this. Oh man, I forgot to change to the desktop thing anyway. Let's remove this. And then change it to 43 for desktop. There we go. So now it's 60 on tablet, 24 for iPhone, and then 43 for desktop. And the other one we want to do is 24 under the paragraph, 34 for tablet, 66 for desktop. So that's good. 24 margin bottom for iPhone. Let's change to iPad. It's 24 still because we haven't added. Okay, and again, I think I'm going to move this into the hero description class. Move the margin bottom. I think that was originally in the paragraph. Let's actually try to check the other paragraphs examples. 66. I guess that doesn't matter too much. It's not necessarily a paragraph style. Okay, so there's actually not that many other cases there. So I think maybe just because paragraph, it might be repeated, although it does seem like a lot. So yeah, let's make it specific to the hero description. And then we'll change this for tablet. And what was the tablet margin bottom? 34. And I'll do another one for desktop. I believe that was 66. So 34 for iPad, 24 for mobile, and 66 for desktop. Cool. Let's go back to iPad. Okay, so I think that's it for, actually, let's check the space under the contact. I don't know if I did that. Okay, it's padding. It's padding on the hero wrapper. So 80, padding bottom. 60 for tablet. 80 for mobile. Okay. And then this will be different for desktop. We'll have to figure that out when we do the desktop version. So I think it was hero wrapper. So padding bottom, yeah. Closing curly brackets. Was it 60 for tablet, I think? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, I think that's good for tablet. So let's next up do the desktop version. Okay, so let's look at the desktop version of the hero. So right now we have, okay, so here's a desktop display. So for desktop, we have this container wrapper rather, and it looks like the image is right up on that right edge. Whereas for tablet, it was all the way to flush the edge. So let's see, image was in the hero wrapper, which actually is good because now we can, for desktop, we can set right to 0. Oops, wrong element. Where is it? Picture. There we go. So hero image. So for desktop, looks like right is 0. And I think that's because the wrapper is the parent. But we didn't set position relative. So maybe if we set that just for desktop. Okay, so then I think that actually might work because as the viewport gets wider, we want the image to sort of move with the container, not be relative to the entire page. So hero wrapper, we're going to add position relative for desktop. And this is the tablet media query. This is the desktop media query. So hero wrapper, position relative. So that will at least set, yeah, so it's setting that image to the right. Let's see how else the image is. Okay, then the image is all the way to the top of the entire page. So that means above the hero, outside the main tag, is the header. And there's a lot of space there. So where's that? Where's the space coming from, I wonder? Did I add? Oh, here we go. I added the space to the header nav. What if I should just add it to the header? Because there's nothing else in the header element. It doesn't matter a ton where this is, but I just feel like I'd rather have it in the header section, the header tag, instead of header nav. But we can see if that messes anything up. And that was just for tablet, so let's see if that messes anything up. For tablet, I think that still looks good. Let's just check iPhone really quick. Okay, still looks good. Okay. Yeah, so let's do that. So for desktop, how much space is under this header? 127. Yeah, so let's change that. So margin bottom for desktop. And we need to add a desktop media query. And I think it is 62.5. So we'll just copy this. So here's the end of the tablet media query. And then header, margin bottom. And what was that again? 127. Okay. Just out of curiosity, because I set the margin bottom with pixels. This doesn't look great. Looks okay on the device emulator, but if I turn it off and does this, this is not great. So it's hitting the tablet styles here. I did the widths with rem, but I can't remember what I said before in the styles. I think I wanted it to be pixels. So let's change that hero image. For tablet, set the width to pixels instead of rems. Yeah, so I think this might be what's tripping it up. Times 16, 322. Okay, so that actually looks better, I think. And we haven't done the rings for desktop yet, but that's okay. Anywho, just trying to check that stuff out. Make sure the website looks okay when you change the browser-based font size. Okay. I think, so we got the border under the header set. And then we need to get the image all the way to the top. Yeah. So right now, everything's starting under there because it's not position absolute anymore. Or it's getting limited by this, which I think is okay. So we need to bring this up probably with translate and bring it up the y-axis. And how much we need to do is the bottom margin is 127. So it should be negative 127 pixels. So I'm going to say translate 0 for x-axis and then negative 127 for the y-axis. Oh, and then we also have to add in the height of the header. So it's 127 is the margin bottom plus 32. So 127 margin bottom plus 32, which is the content itself, plus 30 margin top. 189. So let's add that. There we go. And that's just for desktop. So it's for hero image, desktop styles. All right, cool. And actually, is this right? There's 40 pixels, about 40 pixels of space above the header stuff. 30. So we actually need to adjust everything. So it's going to be the margin top of the header for desktop. Let's go back up to the header styles. Oh, looks like, oh, here we go. Margin bottom. So margin top is supposed to be 40 pixels. There we go. And then we need to, so that's 10 pixels more than what we had before. So we need to add that to the translate for the hero image desktop. Here we go. So instead of 189, it should be 199. There we go. Now it's all the way at the top. Actually, it looks like the container is like, let's turn on the layout grid. Oh, this is all kind of messed up. It's very squashed. I don't remember if it was always like that. Let's try reloading this whole thing. I think my zooming might be kind of weird. Okay, looks a little slightly better. I can't tell. Anyway, so turn on the layout grid just to see where things line up. Okay, so the edge of the image is right there. And you can see all the other stuff conforms to the wrapper. But the social icons are in a little bit. And I'm guessing it's because they didn't want it to be right up to the edge of the image. So that's about 30 pixels. So what we want to do is maybe, and this we will have to add 2 header navs. Maybe add a padding right of 30 pixels. Yeah. And that's for header nav for desktop. Header nav, padding right, 30 pixels. There we go. Now it's inset a little bit. This whole thing's linkable, clickable. Maybe that's not what I really wanted to do. So this is display flex. So I set it flex 1, which means it is allowed to grow, but maybe I don't want that. So maybe flex 0, 1 auto. So then now, if you hover over the space, it won't be the link. So let's change that. And that is header home for, I guess it started with tablet, which is fine. Doesn't matter too much. Header home for tablet. So let's check that. Good, it's not selecting it. Let's try for iPad. And there's no hover state for mobile and iPad, so I think we're fine. Okay, so we got the image. We have the spacing right, and then the space under the header to the text. And I think we did the space between the text elements already. We need to do the circle and the ring. So let's do the circle first. Okay, so it looks like this is basically halfway, 70 pixels from the bottom of the image, and then halfway on the edge. So, oops. Hero circle. So right now, the top is set to 468 to bring it down. So what if we say top auto, bottom 0, just to see where it lands? Okay, so it's on the bottom of, oops, bottom of the parent. Which is the hero wrapper. And setting it bottom to 0 sort of includes the padding with it, which is kind of interesting. But that's fine. So the image here is set to the top of its parent. So I want to also position the circle using top instead of bottom. So let's say, I don't think bottom was set before. Yeah, so just top. So let's see top 0. Okay, and that's because the wrapper begins there. That's why the circle is right there. And the image, we did a translate of -199. So what we want to do is maybe, let's do the x-axis first. So we need to move the circle to the left, almost the full amount of the width of the image. And it is 445 pixels. It is 322. Uh-oh. Okay, I need to resize the image first before we position stuff relative to it. And, oh yeah, I didn't add desktop to this. So 445 for the hero image width for desktop. That's in the tablet media query here. Width 445 pixels. And it should be 445 by 720. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Just looks really big. But it seems okay. And I think this is a little bit narrower on desktop. Let's fix that really quick. This is using the viewport width, so for desktop. Something's not adding up. There's not enough space. This is heading XL, which was supposed to be 88 pixels tall. Yes, 88 pixels. Oh, the letter spacing is negative letter spacing. Okay, so that's why it's so wide. Whoopsies. I think maybe the letter spacing should be rems also because I set the font size in rems. So, let's see where this was set. Maybe we'll set this to EMs so it's relative to the font size because it's changing. So I think what we do is, if we set it to 1 EM, the letter spacing will be the same as the font size since that's the parent, I think. Let's just check that actually. 1 EM, so it's gonna be huge, yeah. So let's see what the computed 88 pixels. And what we want is it for the letter spacing to be 2.5 pixels, negative. So 2.5 divided by 88 is 0.028. So we want it to be negative 0.028 EMs. There we go. So now it's negative 2.4. So it's pretty close, negative 2.5, negative 2.464. Okay, so we need to adjust this letter spacing in the hero, in the H1 styles. There we go. See if I set letter spacing other places. Oh yeah, here. I guess this is okay because it's just 1 rem, but maybe I should still do that. So 1 rem is 16 pixels, so 2.29 divided by 16 is 0.143 EMs. Since again, we're making it relative to the font size. And I think that's supposed to be negative 2. Looks like it's a positive. Okay. Okay, so we got the letter spacing down. So now it looks like it's hitting, the side of the image is hitting the U right there. So yeah, looks a lot closer. Okay, great. I knew there was something weird. Okay, so we got this. Now I think we can move forward with doing the circle. Okay. So right now the top is 0, and that is because the wrapper starts there. And the image starts here, and it was a negative 199 pixel translate. So 199, and then the image is, what was it? 720, 445 by 720. Yes, so 720 height minus 199, which is the space that we moved it up. So it's 521. So if we say top 521 pixels, then it's at the very bottom edge. And what we want is for the circle, bottom of the circle, to be 70 pixels from the bottom. The circle is 129 pixels tall, so it should be 70 plus 129, 199. So if we change this to be 521 minus 199, 322. There we go. Wait, is that right? Yeah. That seems about right. Cool. So we're going to add these to the hero circle desktop styles. This is the tablet breakpoint, so here. Hero circle. There we go. And we need to bring all this stuff down. So this is the hero wrapper. So I'm guessing, is this going to mess up stuff if I change the padding? Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't mess up the alignment of the circle. That's what I was kind of worried about. So right now, it is I'm a little worried because we set padding bottom to be, whatever height so that there's space. I feel like it's going to look weird on certain viewports because the height of the content's going to change as the viewport changes. So let's just try and see what happens. This is just test. So hero wrapper, padding bottom for desktop. Okay, so here's a tablet style, which I think was fine. And here's a desktop style. Actually looks okay. This looks a bit weird. And this is actually, okay, so it's not okay because this is still desktop. This is where tablet hits right here. This is tablet and this is desktop. But the headline is 3 lines long. So this is making the hero text taller. It's 464 pixels tall. But then as you continue getting wider, there's more room. So it breaks to 2 lines. And now it's 376 pixels tall. So the problem is that we're adding this padding to the parent. So that's why now there's a ton of space there. So, and the problem is that the image is position absolute. So I need to think if there's maybe a better way of doing this. Like, what if it wasn't position absolute, the picture, and I just used translate to bring it up? But then the content would still be like, it wouldn't, the height would be dependent on the height of the image since it's taller than the text. So that might be a better approach. Then we can just use z-index to put the text on top of the image. So actually, I don't know if it's not position absolute, if I can overlap the text. I can use CSS. I can use CSS grid to overlap things. Because yeah, this looks bad. This also doesn't look great. What if I used clamp to set the width of the image? So just for tablet and desktop. So for example, it's 322 for tablet, 445. I have to copy the whole thing. Yeah, this might be interesting. So hero image, let's just comment that out for now in case this doesn't work. And then I don't need this stuff. I'm really just using the calculator to make this clamp thing. we'll just save it, even though the decimal places are kind of long. So now the image is going to scale. You could also use VW, because the problem is when we hit this width here, which is a bit bigger than, yeah, see, it's fine on a tablet, but, you know, maybe something like a landscape phone might look weird. It's actually not that bad. It's just like these kind of really weird viewport widths that it's unlikely someone would be using, but you never know. And I don't want the text to overlap the guy's picture. Actually might be a good solution for this little problem. So mobile, it's set to 174 pixel width. Then we hit tablet and it will scale up based on the and here's desktop, and we'll just have to set a max width of whatever this was, 445. So that won't get larger for desktop. Obviously, we have this problem here where the image is overlapping the text below it right before the desktop hits and adds that extra space. Okay, well, for now, let's copy this for hero image. Okay, commented that out. We'll have to fix this not overlapping too. Yeah, it's just one of these things that like the design kind of looks like everything looks good, but there's all these viewports between the different design versions because you obviously can't make a design for every single viewport width because that would be like ridiculous. But there are these little edge cases between the sizes that you need to kind of almost figure out design solutions as a developer. At least that's what I had to do when I was working. So looks like also the paragraph is going to be much shorter, so we'll fix that too. Let's just fix that now because it might cause other issues. So here, description, what we could do is set a max, or width is a certain number of characters, so like 80 ch. That's quite wide, so, and that's the ch unit is characters, and it's pretty handy for things like this where, okay, ends at front-end developer or web apps. Okay, let's see how that looks. So this means that the paragraph is going to be 38 characters wide. Might have to change that for a tablet. Yeah, let's change that for tablet. So we'll just have different character units. Under hero description. And then we'll need one for here too. And it's going to be lower, so let's just try 25. So here's where it's a little bit. We could also do for tablet a percentage. So that means it'll scale down as the parent gets narrower. That might actually be better for tablet. Okay. So that was 70% for width on tablet. So we still have the problem here where the headline's 3 lines, which is making things a lot taller. And this is where and then there's a lot of extra space. So there's a couple problems. One is that at these viewport widths, the text is taller than the image, so it's fine. But then as the viewport increases, the image becomes taller than the text. And because the image is position absolute, it doesn't take up space on the web page. So the spacing for the stuff below it is dependent on the height of the hero text stuff. So you can see the hero wrapper. Let's highlight that. The hero wrapper, its height is dependent on the text because that's the content that is position relative. But when you're overlapping stuff, that's kind of what you want to do. So this is mobile, which is fine. Tablet is when it becomes position absolute. And it's fine here, but it's right here that it starts overlapping. It's maybe like right around here. And that is 722 pixels wide. So I wonder if I should make a special breakpoint at 722 pixels wide. Because they do say that you should choose your breakpoints based on where the design breaks, and this is where it's breaking and kind of looking weird. So here, so maybe here is where we want to hit it. Obviously, this is, again, this is kind of based on the text height changing. The question is, what do we want to change it to avoid this overlap? Because on desktop, I added padding bottom in the hero wrapper. Okay, CSS grid overlapping elements. This might be what we have to do. This is what I was trying to do using position absolute. That's interesting. Let's check that out. Margin left of -130. So it's going off the screen, which is interesting. Okay, it's using a scroll for the overflow. Oh, there we go. Interesting. So we could try that, because without the margin left, the cards are right next to each other. Okay, that's interesting. So let's try for tablet. I'm just going to do these in the browser. Set the hero image to not be position absolute. And then maybe we'll use Flexbox to and then we'll have to set the image to be order 1 or 2 rather. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. Do I have to set it on the picture tag? Oh, interesting. That makes sense. Okay, so they said a width of static stuff. So I guess we can try to do that. This is 350. Okay. And then I guess I could set the hero text. I'm just trying to see how this works. Yeah, so flex is, I think I need to change the width of the parent. So where's the width of the parent container set? Huh. Let's try setting static widths to all these. So right now it's 389. So I'm going to set a width of 500. Hmm. So the flex parent, I think, has to be overflow x scroll, which I thought I was doing. Mu width set to auto. Oh, there we go. So now oh man. Okay. Okay. I honestly don't understand how they're doing this. Ah. Okay, this is dumb, but I wonder if I could fix this by setting the padding bottom to a viewport width kind of thing. It's sort of working. It's still not consistent based on the line, how tall the text is. So I think the position absolute really may not work great. I don't know how you can use flex to do this. What if I added another div in hero wrapper? Because hero wrapper is what the width is kind of set to this calculated thing. Let me just see if with auto does actually fix this. Overflow X scroll. Oh, max width. I need to cancel out. There we go. That might have been what was causing the issue. So let's try. To make these overlap a bit. Okay, so I got it over here. Okay, so I think that Might work. The max width on the wrapper was just messing me up. So what I'm going to do is hopefully this will work. Okay, so here's a hero wrapper div. It contains the ring and the other pattern images. These are position absolute still, so we don't need to worry about them. But then the picture and the hero text is what we're concerned about. So I'm going to create a new div, hero, content. And then we'll move everything. In there. We'll just move the SVGs in there too. And then here's where we'll start the display flex. And then we also need the picture. We'll say hero content picture for the selector. Order 2. And let's just add a margin left of -100 just to start off. Okay, oh yeah, and then hero text needs a z-index. Okay, so now feels like we're getting somewhere. And the best part is, hopefully, wait, this is still, oh yeah, position absolute. I need to get rid of that for hero image. See if this works. Okay, I think it's working. So I'm just going to comment all this out. So it's not going to be position absolute at all. Okay. I guess we need that for mobile, so we'll just cancel it out for tablet. Relative. Okay, so mobile still looks fine. Here's tablet. Okay. I know it still doesn't look great, but the good thing is that hero wrapper which has padding set. So now the height of the hero content is dependent on the image also. So looks like there's a little extra space at the bottom of hero content, and I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, and we probably also want to do align items center to vertically center it, which I think is what was in the design. Kind of. Yeah. I guess it was aligned to the bottom, so let's do that. And so now they're both aligned to the bottom. Oh, it's the scroll bar. Yeah, you can see there's an extra little scroll bar there. That's what the space was. So we're just going to hide that. Let's copy these rules. Feels like I'm getting somewhere. Okay, so the bottom looks good, and then we can figure out the top as well, because see where this is coming from. Yeah. Okay, so on tablet, we have, let's zoom in a little bit here. I think I also need to get the SVGs positioned again. So the image and the text look okay. So let's get that circle to be right on this bottom right corner of the image. Hero circle, and currently position right, position absolute right 0. Translate 50%, which I think is good to have it half off the page. But we do need to, let's see what bottom does. Bottom 0. Oh, because the top is 468. So let's undo that. So I did set bottom to 0. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, so I think I need, because we have top 254 on mobile, so we'll have to say top is auto. Yeah, so now circles all the way down here. Why is it? So the parent of the circle is the hero content. If we look in the little, I guess you could call it the breadcrumbs thing. Hero content, which ends there. So for some reason, the circle is way below that. So maybe there's a translate going on. Sorry, if we go back to the circle, translate 50% should only be for making it going off the right edge. Yeah, so that doesn't do anything. So why is it like this? Oh, I think it's because the hero content doesn't have its position set. So it's going to position itself according to the hero, not the hero wrapper, also not set. Okay, so it looks like it's not set to anything. So we need to set position relative on one of its parent or ancestor elements to kind of limit where it's positioned. Let's try hero content just to see. Yeah, so now the circle moved up. You can kind of see that. And it's behind the image, but that's okay. I just want to make sure setting hero content to position relative doesn't mess anything else up. I think that's okay. Let's just quickly see where the rings are supposed to be displayed. So they're supposed to be displayed right there. Wait, actually the image, I think I need to fix this first before I work on the SVGs. So the bottom edge is aligned with the contact me with the text, which is good. The top is not going all the way up to the top of the edge like it is in the design. So let's just refresh just to start everything from where we have the styles saved. So it's not position absolute anymore, which is why it's displaying according to the normal flow of the document. So hero content starts here. Hero wrapper starts there. And then I add that bottom margin under the header to add, there's a lot of space. So I think maybe if we get maybe reduce the bottom margin, or actually the reason there's a lot of space on top of the text is because the image is that tall. And we do want it to be like that tall, but we want to move basically the hero content up. So we could do that with maybe a negative margin, which hopefully won't cause issues like before when we were trying to position things using top with a certain pixel amount, because it's only down the header height plus the bottom margin. So if you see that, so actually I wonder if we don't even need that bottom margin for tablet. The other problem is the image on tablet is all the way to the right. So maybe let's figure that out first, then we'll figure out moving the hero section up. So design didn't seem as complicated, but it's kind of complicated. So let's see. I think I had set some, here we go, margin left of 100% or 100 pixels. So if we get rid of that, let me just see if there's any properties on the image itself. Left is auto, right is 0. Max width of 445. Okay, so position-wise, it's set to be at the right edge. So it's at the right edge of the hero content. And the hero wrapper has that additional margin of 30 pixels. I'm just going to turn a scroll on just to see. I kind of want to move the image more to the right, right? So why is it doing this? Oh, because it's adding margin, so it's like, I see. So maybe we want to get rid of the margin left and maybe add a negative margin right. to move it to the right. And it actually does make room on the left side. That's pretty good. So now you can see it's going right up to that edge. And it's being, we can't see the right side of the image because I believe I'd set overflow to hidden, maybe? No. And we do need to get rid of this. This is because the circle's going to the right. But I think that's something we can set on the section. Okay, maybe we'll figure that out later. Right now, I just want to get this image working. Do I need to set a negative margin right on this too? Oh yeah, then, okay, this is good. So how much is that overlapping? So the center of the M is about there. So I think we'll have to increase negative, make the negative margin here also more negative. Oh man, this is hard. I'm just refreshing. I'm also afraid this header having a margin bottom might mess things up too. So I think I'm going to remove the margin bottom for the header on tablet, at least for now. Let's see, did I set a bottom margin before? No. So we're just going to, we'll just comment this out. We might need it again. Okay, so now the header doesn't have a bottom margin. I think what I want to do is actually bring up the hero. So the header right now, I was curious why it looks like the Y is slightly overlapping, but we're not going to worry about that. So it's height is 32 plus 30 top margin, so about 60. So let's bring up the hero by using a negative margin top. Sorry, 60. 62. Okay, so now at least it's vertically looking okay. Looks like the rings are actually already positioned okay. Let's see. Top of 85. So actually they are positioned vertically correct. So we can try to maybe line up the N inside that second row of rings. Okay, I think the line height is different. So the text is about 233 tall. Here's 210. So yeah, I think the line height is not quite, needs to be a little bigger. Let's maybe 1.15. No, 1.1. Let's just do 1.1 for the H1 tag. So I'm trying to make sure all the text elements and everything are the right height so that we can get the positioning correct. Otherwise, every time we need to change position, if the height changes, then we'll have to reposition things. So it's kind of annoying. Okay. So now it's actually closer, which is great. Maybe I'll just get the rings situated. So we'll set it to 90 hero rings. Okay, so now things vertically are okay. So let's move on to getting the image moved a bit to the right. So I wonder if we can try margin right and make it a negative number. It doesn't seem to be having any effect at all. Okay, I think the Firefox dev tools are slightly buggy sometimes. Oh, it's because right was set to 0. Okay, it's not buggy. It was just user error. Okay, so yeah, so I think I'm using right, margin right's not really having an effect. Or maybe it's because it needs to be set on the picture tag. Oh yeah, margin left of negative 100%. I forgot about that. It seems to be changing hero text, so I'm just going to set an outline on the hero text. It looks like it's going off the screen a little bit too. Let's an outline on this too. Okay. Now, okay, if margin left is 0, okay, adding a positive margin left will push things on the left to the side. So I don't know if setting it on the image is okay. I wonder if setting a negative margin right on the hero text might be better. Oh yes, much better. So in the design, the title is 3 lines and the text, the description is 3 lines too. Maybe the width needs to be changed too. Does that do anything? Not really. Because it's a flex. So I think because we're using flex, okay, this might be better, setting flex to a certain degree. So right now it's 443 out of 768. So VWs would be about 58. So say 60. They'll use CH for this too. Line break is a little bit weird in the design, but I think maybe we need to be okay with that. Yeah, we're just going to cancel this rule out, I think. So I'm making these changes in the browser, so I just need to make sure to copy all the styles over before refreshing the page. Otherwise, we'll lose all these changes that we've been making down here. Okay, this actually looks much closer to where we want to be. Just gonna get rid of the highlighting here so you can see a little bit better. The text is overlapping, images all the way on the right, pretty much. It's actually not bad. And then I think I forgot to save the hero, bring the hero up. So margin top negative 62 pixels, I think it was. Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right, let's copy these styles. So hero has to have a margin top of 62 pixels. Yeah, the section hero. So for and don't save, because otherwise Prettier will run and it will recompile and reload everything. And then hero content, I think we just want to make the overflow visible. I think we can maybe get rid of that. We'll just comment this out and don't save. And then picture order is 2. I think we have that saved already. Yes. And we are getting rid of the margin left and don't save. And then let's just see if we added any styles to the image. Can't remember. Okay, that is the same as what we have. Good. Do we change hero rings to 90? Yes, we did. Hero circle, we haven't really figured that out yet, which is fine. Actually, I think we just need a z-index on that to make it on top of the image. So I'll add z-index of 1. Don't save. And hero text. And this is what we needed to add. Hero text for tablet. Yeah. I think this isn't doing anything, so we can comment this out. Okay. And don't save. I think that's everything. Oh, we did hero description stuff. Yeah, we got rid of the width. Okay. Don't save. And I think we didn't change anything here. All right, so let's save and cross our fingers. I'm just going to check one more thing. Header, we removed the margin bottom. Okay, we did remove that, or we commented it out at least. Okay, so now let's save and cross our fingers. Yay! So this is a tablet, and it looks pretty good. I think we need to move the rings a bit to the left, but that's not a huge deal, because that shouldn't affect anything else because it's position absolute. Ooh, that was tricky. Let's check the iPhone version just to see. Things look pretty good. Yep. This is about the tablet version. So we can see that things are kind of, the rings are sort of staying where they are, but I think there's not really anything we can do about that. Because the things are changing, because the height of the image is changing, and also the font size here has a clamp, so I think that's also affecting the height. This is not making, I don't love that. Oh, this is bad. Okay, it's because the this is kind of why I hate when things are aligned flush to the edge. So the problem is we kind of set the height based on the image. I think, if I'm not mistaken, or it's based on everything, but I think maybe what we need to do is we might need to actually add a margin top. See what happens. Of 62 pixels too. Yeah. So it's like the height of the header is about 32. And there's 90, so maybe a margin top of 90 actually. So then at least we'll have this space. What if we added it to the text instead of the hero content? So then maybe padding top? Same thing. This is because we have everything aligned to the bottom. So if we line it to center, see if we line it to flex start, it's going to be here at the top, which is okay. But then you don't have the bottom aligned. So it's like, this is hard because the top of the image is aligned to the top of the screen. The bottom of the image is aligned to the contact me. But that's just like not always going to be the case. It's kind of like the design is like this perfect moment of the viewport that everything aligns perfectly. But in real life, when you're changing the viewport, like things are changing. So we are not going to be able to perfectly reproduce, I think, I could be wrong, where everything is perfectly aligned here. Because you can see this headline text is like already quite big. Actually, it looks bigger than it should. This iPad mini font size is 70. 72. Yeah, so it's like, this is pretty big. See, it looks fine here, but then this is 724. This is about what we were looking at. So around 756. So something like this is where, you know, things look good. But in real life, there's, you know, other viewports. And you can see that this problem here is caused because the headline is going from 3 lines, which is what the original design is, to 4 lines here. So I wonder if we want to maybe actually even change this. So this is a 625 viewport. So maybe changing our medium breakpoint to hit at, you know, something like 6. I think 640 is what a lot of people use. So right now we had it at 600. 640 divided by 16 is 40. So we want to change 37.5 EMs to 40 EMs everywhere. And now our breakpoint should hit a bit later. So we're going to keep the mobile design for a little bit longer. Oops. What's going on here? Oh, it's because we're changing to... This is the tablet image. And this is because we did the picture thing. Still looks pretty good. Just these weird like little edge cases. I mean, I don't know how often people are like doing this, or like who would be using a window that's this size. It's like only developers do this, or we slide this back and forth. But you don't really want it to look weird like this. So maybe we'll change our media queries back. Make sure we don't have any more. Okay, so we change it back to 37.5. So now obviously this looks bad, but I think adding maybe the padding might help. So I think at some point it's just going to break. So we can't have the image be a line on the bottom and a line on the top, because at this viewport, the headline text is 4 lines, which is making it a lot. See, now it looks perfect because now the image is here because the headline's only 3 lines, and then the margin top just kind of collapses up. Yeah, so this margin top will just be for mobile or just for tablet. So let's do that. So hero text. Margin top 90. Okay, so now we have the mobile design, which looks great. And here's where it breaks at our breakpoint to the tablet design, which still looks pretty good. And again, it's not exactly, the rings aren't aligned perfectly, but you know, I think it still looks fine. You see the circle here kind of just stays where it is. So maybe we can look at that a little bit. So on the tablet, the ring's supposed to be at the bottom of the picture. So now it's set. Is this automatically at the bottom? Oh, right, because this doesn't have its position set. This doesn't have its position set. So right now it's just at the bottom of the content. Try setting hero content to position relative. Seems to be okay. Let's do that for tablet. And that's going to help to, that's going to make the circle align with, based on the hero content. So that's kind of what's happening now. So we'll set top to auto. Right 0. Oh, it's because of the hero content, I think. Yeah, it's like right there. So I think we need the hero content to not be position relative, but the hero wrapper maybe? No, because the margin is sort of offsetting the center, which we don't want. So hero is full width, so we need that to be, I think, the thing. So the hero class, and we'll just move this up. I'm moving it by holding down Alt and using the arrow keys. Okay, so now let's go back to the hero circle. And we'll say top is auto. So now it is aligned. So let's just see how that looks. That looks bad. And that's because I think I just added it there. So let's add position relative to the hero class just for tablet. And I think I just need to refresh. There we go. So sometimes I guess with the live server, it's not automatically refreshing. Let's just add an outline so we can see where the circle is going to be. So the bottom of the hero is here. So I might need to actually make the hero wrapper the position relative thing, because the problem here is that not sure why it's slightly off. Oh, I forgot to set top to auto. Hero circle. All right, let's try that again. Okay. Got mobile, looks good on mobile. Here's where the tablet starts. So now the circle is aligned to the bottom. Okay, that looks pretty good. Does the width change at all? The circle is 129. Yeah, I guess it's always just 129. So we'll leave that as is. Okay, this part looks pretty good. And this is where desktop hits. So here's the tablet design, a large tablet design. This looks weird. So maybe bring the text up a little bit. And that's happening because the hero content display flex, align items flex end, which we needed for the smaller tablet stuff because we wanted the bottom to align. But at some point it's going to look kind of weird. So I wonder if the margin top is having any effect on this. Okay, it's not really. So maybe what we want at certain points is to starts looking weird, maybe. Honestly, what if we just center it vertically? Let's see what happens. That's interesting. It affected the rings. Okay, that's why it was aligned to the bottom. So let's figure out the text alignment. So center, make the circle, bottom 0. I think it's 60. That's the height of the padding. Okay, so that looks fine. So let's change that. Hero circle, bottom is 60. And let's just try changing this to center the text and the image vertically. So here's where tablet starts. This is okay, I think. You can see images moving. Looks okay. So again, we don't have the perfectly aligned bottom, but I think it's okay to not have that. Here's where desktop hits. So here, things look okay. It looks better to have things vertically centered like this. So we do have this strange, slight weirdness, again, because the image is sort of, the height of content is changing because of the text changing. But I think at this point, I don't know. It's not great, but it's like, I think it's not the worst thing in the world. So I think this is okay. And then here's desktop. So things look fine here. And if we use the emulator, this is the actual iPad, so it looks good here. Looks good here. Let's try. I think this is where desktop hits, so this will just use a desktop design. So it's like on the actual devices, things look okay. It's just when you're using the browser and you're finding these little edge cases between the different device viewport widths. So I think as long as it's not horribly terrible looking, even if it's like slightly not ideal, I think it's okay, like having this space at the top. I think we just have to live with that. Yeah. So I think this is okay. Yeah, it's just pretty tricky when you have things that you try to align the top and the bottom, but then there's also height to take into account. But I think it's okay. I know I've probably said that a million times in the last 5 minutes. So let's now, here's the desktop breakpoint. So let's now do the desktop styles. So here's desktop. What happens here is the image gets aligned with the right side of the sort of wrapper. There's still a little bit of overlap, so we can, I think, still use the negative margins that we used. And the rings are way over, but it looks like the center of the ring is aligned with the content width, so maybe we can use that. Yeah. Actually, I think I forgot to set the rings to be off screen like that for a tablet. So let's go back there. Here's the rings. Right now, top is 90, right is 50%. And I think that was for mobile, so set right to auto, left 0. And then we'll do translate negative 50% to make it like that. Is that what we had? Yeah, it's actually pretty close. Okay. So I'll add these to the tablet styles for hero rings on tablet. And refresh. Okay. And here's the iPhone version. All right. Still looks fine. iPad. Okay. Good. Right. And again, here's our breakpoint where we go from tablet to desktop styles. So we'll start here, and then we'll try larger desktop viewports. I'm gonna get more tea. Okay, so let's check out the design for desktop. So we want to move the image, and it looks like it's still aligned toward the top, and then the right side is aligned to the right edge of the wrapper. So let's see what we got here. And maybe I'll actually, here's a hero wrapper. So here's where the wrapper hits its max width. You can see the full content. So right now on smaller, before it hits, I think it was 1110 pixels wide, the margin is going to be 30 because we have the width is 100% minus 3.75 rems, which is 60 pixels, and then it divides the 60 pixels on either side to center it with the extra space on either side. And then if we increase, you can see that here's where it gets above that 1110 pixels. So the margin on either side gets bigger. So what we want to do is right now, looks like the image is on the right edge, which is good. Where is it? I'm just trying to see how far off screen it is. It's actually a fair bit off screen. And that is because we move things, I think, with the hero text. We have that negative margin. So maybe we'll adjust that. But I don't know if that's going to stick. Because we want it to be flush with the hero content. So here's where the wrapper, here's where the, let's move this to hero wrapper. So here's, the image does need to be on the right side, which it looks like it is. Maybe we'll delete this for now. Okay, so the image is there. And desktop, it's still on the top. So maybe set the margin top of the hero to 0. And then I think we had margin top of here. So is this changing anything? Yeah. So the top of the text should align about with kind of the top of the head. So let's get rid of that. And we might need to adjust the align items as well to flex start. Otherwise, right now it's going to be vertically centered. We wanted that in tablet, but on desktop, let's align everything towards the top. And we can ignore the tablet styles for now just because I put everything in the browser in the element selector. So it's going to happen no matter what the viewport is. So we don't need to worry about that for now. Once we add them to the styles, we'll try to, we'll check. I think it looks okay. Okay, so let's do that. So starting from the top of the elements, we're going to add the styles that we added in our browser to our style file. So that's for hero. And I need a desktop breakpoint. And don't save. Hero wrapper, I just added the outline. We don't really need that. Hero content. Added the align items. Don't save. Picture, didn't add anything there. Rings, haven't really looked at yet. We'll figure that out later. We're just trying to get the main positioning of the hero in the image, of the hero text in the hero image. Hero text margin top is 0. Don't save. Yeah, I think I didn't add any other styles inside the hero text. So let's save and cross our fingers and reload. Okay, now let's see quickly if it messed up anything for tablet. So here's a tablet breakpoint. As you can see, looks good. Got mobile. And here's desktop. Okay. That was actually not as painful as I thought it was going to be. And this is 1380 for the review port. Let's just go dock to bottom really quick. So now the viewport is 1700 pixels wide. Let's go back to left. Try to get to the 1440 that we have for the design. Okay, the only problem I'm seeing right now is the image needs to be aligned to the right of the wrapper, which it's not. And I'm just going to add a style, temporary style, so we can see it. Yeah, you can see the image is going a little beyond the wrapper, so let's figure that out. Oh, we did add position relative. So this is happening because... Ooh, translate. Okay, that's just for the y-axis, so that's fine. It's probably because of the hero text styles, perhaps? Yeah, margin right's 30. It's negative 64. Oh man, it's still like not following that. Okay. This is because... Wait, is the text overlapping? Yeah, it still is. So the line breaks at around the word you. And then... Yikesies! This is not what I really want. Okay, let's try to rejigger this. Maybe 10445. Flex basis so that it can grow. Actually, we don't want it to grow. There we go. And now we'll do the negative margin left thing. Okay. Let's just do 80. And then sort of vertically aligned center, which is good. Here's where desktop styles start. What if I also did justify content space between? I didn't do anything. There's a weird space here, though. I don't quite understand it. Okay, so the picture is going all flush to the right. Why is the image not? I don't know where this weird 25 pixels or whatever is coming from. It's not good. Maybe the image, so the picture tag is fine. The image tag in here is not, because I think it's aligned. .445 width. Oh, the image is 424. Okay. Oh, there we go. I think I'd uncheck this, so then it like somehow made the width less than 445. Yeah, now it's 445. Okay. Okay, let's try to copy the styles over. So hero, margin top of 0, which I think I have. For desktop, here we go. Hero margin top of 0 is right. Wrapper. Okay. Hero content, I think maybe was different. This doesn't seem to be doing anything, so I think we can remove it. And the picture, this definitely does stuff. Actually, this doesn't look like it's doing anything. So maybe just add the margin left on the picture, which is the hero content picture. Don't save. And then the image tag. I'm going to uncomment this. Huh. That's weird. Looks like it is fine now. Maybe let's leave it commented out. Then hero text. Looks like I don't need that either. Don't know if we need the flex one, but just in case. All right. Save and cross your fingers. Oh yeah, so now when it gets greater than 1100, you can see the image is going past that edge of the wrapper, which we do not want. I'm using the responsive. So I selected a laptop and then you can sort of, I don't know if you can see that. You can pinch the corner to resize things. So here's where it starts getting past the wrapper. So let's figure out why that's happening. Oh, the flex of 58 VW. So I think we do need the flex one. Let's try that again. There we go. Oops. Oh no. Okay, so now it's not going past the wrapper, which is great. So we do need that flex one because the flex of 58 VW was, I think, making it too wide. Okay, let's try that. Reload. Good. Okay, turn that off. So here's tablet, and here's desktop. And at wider desktops, where it's more than the wrapper, it is still staying stuck on the right and on the top. Cool. Okay, oh my gosh, that was hard. So let's comment, get rid of those outlines. Let's find stuff we commented out. Well, maybe we'll leave that. We might need it later. Okay, that's not, we want this to not go off. We don't want horizontal scrolling. The reason that's happening is because of the rings. So there we go. So overflow X is hidden. So when we hide that, then it won't try to make room for it on the viewport width. So hero set overflow X to hidden. And I think we'll make that a default style. There we go. Now I don't have horizontal scrolling. Still showing up. I guess we need to set it on the body. Or I wonder if it's because of the... Maybe the text? Okay, we'll set it on the body. There we go. All right, now there's no horizontal scrolling. Okay, so the image and the text look okay on desktop. So now let's do the rings and the circle SVG. So the ring is here. The SVG looks like it's centered on the left side of the hero, of the wrapper. Which actually looks like it is working. It's just a little down, more down than we would like. So maybe change the top. So right now it's aligned to the top. Looks like maybe we can do a translate y negative 50% to bring it half up. So translate, this should do it. There we go. So that's for hero rings on desktop. Hero rings. This is in tablet, so I'll have to add one to here. Okay. That looks good. And then the circle is, oh, actually looks good. Huh. Okay, dang. Well, okay, so desktop styles thankfully were a lot easier than I thought they were going to be. And there's a lot of space on the bottom. I just added some test space. Yeah. Hero wrapper padding bottom of 260. Where did that come from? I don't know why I added that. Let's comment that out. There's a chance it was important for something. Still a ton of space here. What's going on? It might be because we moved stuff up. Yeah, so we translated it. So it's still actually making room for it. What wonder if we don't even need that. For desktop, at least. Actually seems okay. Okay, I'm just going to do that. So for hero image, for desktop, I'm going to change the translate negative 199 pixel vertically to margin top. I think this is okay. All right. And how much room do we have under 104? So right now there is the hero wrapper 60. So we just need to change the hero wrapper padding bottom on desktop to 100. There we go. So now there's a little bit more space, which matches the design. Okay, so I think we're pretty good on the hero section now. Let's do one last check. This is tablet. Looks good. And here's mobile. Is the circle always like that? I can't remember. Yeah, it is. It's just on the side here like this. Okay. So I think that's all for the hero. So next up, we'll have to do the skills section.